Are you all logged in? We are going to completely smash this. We need to deliver this challenge in the next 3 days or I am dead. And I'll get kicked out of the community. So, we are picking up where we left yesterday. We need to... So the agent has been working overnight on getting stuff done for us. We need to check out where we are at with that. And hopefully we'll get to a point where I feel just a little bit hope that we'll be able to ship this. Because right now, I am not feeling too hopeful. Basically, yesterday went far too slow. It was a absolute disaster. We were not anywhere near where we want to be. That's how it feels right now. And we only have 3 days left, so we need to get going here. We need to stay focused. And it's so hard to stay focused because I have these other things that I'm working on which are technically much more interesting. The fastcoach.io problem was already solved once, so I don't really feel that it's as exciting to work on. But we gotta do this. We have to ship. So let's dive right into it. Where did my mouse go? So the agent has been working. We've just pushed the latest version and we're going to start going to build the thing and just check that things are still, well, check that anything is working really. So one of the downsides of using Rust is that it always takes a long time to compile everything. The upside of using Rust is that it takes a long time to compile everything, which means that we have been very thorough at checking that things are actually matching each other. So the type system in Rust is super powerful. And this is one of the main reasons why we write everything in Rust. It prevents so much things up front that the agent can take care of. And that's just a massive benefit. Now, I'm not entirely sure where we are since yesterday. We did get uploads to work. I think I got the transcription to work after the stream or during the stream. I don't remember anymore. But the bottom line is we still have quite a lot to do. So far we have login working, we can upload. But we never got training to work. We never got to even get a response from the agent. This ought to be the simple thing because we've already solved this in the app. And for that reason, that should just work. But who knows? So this is what we're working on. Fastcoach.io. Repositioning it as a SaaS instead of an app. So the app has quite a few different problems. Amongst others, it has the problem that I think it's not entirely, what do you call it? Legal in terms of how it gets stuff. Although, arguably, Google is doing exactly the same thing, so it should be okay. But at the end of the day, I believe that content creators should be in control of their content. It shouldn't be Google controlling it. It shouldn't be me controlling it. It should be the content creators. And this is how we're repositioning the SaaS. So we're moving away from having an app that can answer your questions to creating an actual SaaS where people can train the data or train their codes based on the data available. And with that, they will be able to create a support bot for their Discord channels and on their webpage. So if you check out my personal website page, trolls.im, you'll see that I have a placeholder over here for when we're done with fastcoach.io. This thing is going to go live, and you'll be able to chat directly with my AI avatar. And with that, you'll be able to basically ask questions about any of the things that I teach on Compound Coders and other places, the things that we've been going through in our streams here. So I'm super excited to get this up running. But at the same time, we are a bit in the boring phase. So what we are working on here really doesn't feel all that exciting. All right, let's dive in. So this is what the landing page is looking like. And we got that working yesterday, so we're going to sign in. We need to bring up a mailbox as well. So we're running the mailbox locally such that the agent, when it's working on things, the agent has access to a mailbox that it can use for testing. This is a super powerful thing. It allows us to do a lot of automated testing. And wait, that was the wrong window. We're just going to go ahead here and write trolls@oneup.com. Send me. No, what happened? The API is not running. Why is the API not running? Let's look at the logs. Received a shutdown signal. Okay, let's try to start this up again. We are off to a really bad start here. So we are meant to ship this really, really soon. And the first thing that happens is that nothing works. So that's not a great start of the day. Hopefully we'll be able to turn this around. I mean, I would be disappointed if we do not have at least a working platform safe for charging Stripe at the end of the day. Then I would be really, really concerned. Right now, I'm moderately concerned, but if things are not working by the end of this day, I think I'm going to be super concerned. And the thing is, I really don't want to be kicked out of this community. I've been, I really enjoy being in the community. I do think that the deadlines are a bit stressful, but they also help me focus, log in, and actually get stuff done. So I think that makes it worth it. Okay, let's do this again. Where did our... So, let's see. It might be deployed on a different address. That's why we need to copy everything through again. The thing is, it picks random ports every time it deploys something. That was an attempt to make it so we could run multiple things at the same time. That has not turned out as well as I wanted it to. But, let's see. Just going to bring up another mailbox here. Oh, hey Lewis. Thanks a lot. How are you doing? Okay, let's see. Can we log in? Yes, we logged in. This is a good. For a second, I was afraid that the backend was broke. So we're going to upload some material here. I have some shorts that we should be able to transcribe relatively quickly. And then we should be able to... Okay. Let's just add another piece of material. Okay, so we see here that the transcription is running. You can't see that because I'm blocking that, but the transcription is running down here. The bar up here is not working as it's supposed to, but that's a minor detail. We will fix that as the last thing. because right now we really we need to get this working end to end, and then we can focus in on the details afterwards. They really don't matter at this point. But what we don't want is we don't want to get thrown out of this community. We do need to get this working. So let's head over to coaches, create our first coach. We're calling this one trolls.im. And we're just going to include these 2 pieces of material. Let me just... And here is another UX thing. We found that yesterday, that this thing overlaps with the create coach button. That's really poor UX design. Let's see. Let's do the start training. And something weird is happening here. It starts off at 60%. I mean, I love the speed though. It's great that but it doesn't feel real. Why does it start at 60%? I would have expected it to start at 0% and then gradually move up. Now this is one of the places where it kept on failing yesterday. Even when I was working on this after the stream, it still failed. So I'm quite nervous about whether this step is actually working or not. Okay, that's a new message. We have not seen that before. Ready to publish. Okay, nothing happens. Right. Okay, so it does say passed here. Yesterday it said failed consistently, but it does say passed. And the try it doesn't work. And okay, let's see. Materials, versions, ready to publish. Okay, let's just try this. So yesterday when we wrote anything in here, we just got an error. Let's see. Yeah, we get that again. Cannot start conversation. Oh my, this is bad. Oh wait, what happened? Connection refused. Okay, we are in for a long day, it seems. Let's see. What happened here? Why did this shut down? It received the shutdown signal again. Why does this happening? Okay. Shit, so nothing is working. Right. This is a rough start of the day. Okay. I'm wondering, let's just have a look here. Could it be, let's just try to wait with that one. I'm just wondering, sometimes Claude is having commands running that shuts down, and then that would send a shutdown signal when we're doing this. I mean, if we're a little bit lucky, that's the issue. We had 2 tasks running, so it could be that it was running more tasks. I don't know, but I would be really thankful if that's the issue we're failing or looking at here. But Claude really should shut down its task before it's coming back to me. Okay, and we're on port 9000 this time. Right, it's still starting up. All right, it's ready now. Let's do this. So what are you all up to today? Okay, it's bringing this one back. Let's see. And we need mailbox again. Wait, what? There we go. We are logged in. The material is not there, so we need to rerun everything again. It's a little bit of a tedious process. The good thing is that because we have to do that, we actually get things tested. And I'm starting to feel some confidence in the transcription process because things are actually happening there. So you can see that it does transcribe every time we do this. And that is a good thing. This is happening through a background worker. And it could be one of the places where the system would be brittle. But so far it's proven to be relatively solid. That is, except for this bar that can't be trusted. Okay, let's go back here. We're going to retrain the code. We're going to do trolls.im and get rid of that one and start training. No shutdown signal so far. Okay, and we're ready to publish it. We know that the try button doesn't work. Let's just head right over here and do hello again. This time it's thinking. Okay, this is progress. It's answering now. So, one of the pieces of content that I put in here is about a lawsuit. So, if it can answer that question about if I was in a lawsuit, then we know that we are on the right track here. Oh. Okay, let's see. Yes! Will you look at that? It's actually doing what it's supposed to do. We have the whole flow up running, so it's doing what it should do. We can upload material, we can train it, and it actually uses that material to get back to us. It has misspelled fetch.ai, but it's using my material to answer it, and it has an excessive amount of detail here. Like, it knows it's High Court London, it knows that we won the lawsuit, and holy crap, there is so much detail here. This is absolutely amazing. I am feeling hopeful that we can actually deliver this SaaS. We still have a ton of work to do. We need to do the crediting. We need to do subscriptions. We have all these things, but this is a minor breakthrough that it's working this well. So I need to take a deep breath here. I'm so relieved that this part is actually working. And we need to get now to the point where we get the rest of the system working. So we should probably start a notebook with all the things that are not working the way that we wanted to, such that we can give Claude feedback on this. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, let's open up a text editor here. So this is one of the things where I think a lot of these terminal things are slightly, what do you call it, inadequate. We would really want this, so in an ideal world, we would want this to be a lot easier to collect this data. Let's just try to do this. So we're just going to move this one over here. Where do we have the SaaS thing here? We're just going to check this out. So, okay, we need to investigate why you can't see that, can you? Let me make this bigger. Investigate why the backend shuts down. That seems like a really high priority. Okay, then try it on overview I wonder if that was the thing that made it shut down. Let's just try this. No. So we do need to refresh to actually get this on, but try it on overview. Does not change to the try it tab unless you refresh. Okay, let's see. Materials uploads. So we have the material here. We can read the transcripts. So that's working. One thing we don't know is how is this going to work when we scale things up? When we add a ton of context, will this still work? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. For later. So one thing we don't have is we do not have trimming of space. We need to auto trim because people are going to upload their videos. These will typically be like 2.5 gigabytes a piece. And these will typically be 2.5 gigabytes a piece, and that means that we're going to consume an excessive amount of storage to do this. And for that reason, we need to have auto trimming as a background job, and I'm completely convinced that's not there yet. So that we definitely need to get into the SaaS. And we should be able to auto trim as soon as transcript is approved. Okay. If we go back to the playground, let's try that one again. Where did I actually go? Let's see, coaches. This is a draft coach, try it. Okay. Then another issue here is the upload, transcribe thingy is always in my view, right? So I want to click on stuff here, but it's always there. And when I change page, it just appears again. Always in the way. This is really a small thing, so let's just... I think the SaaS is still going to be approved by the ship or die community if this doesn't work, but it's a slight annoyance. When I'm working in this workspace, I want things to work nicely. I don't want to have to close things all the time. That's the kind of stuff that tells me that somebody has not put the effort in to make things work well. Okay, let's just try this again. Were you ever in a lawsuit? Right. One of the things I noticed is there are no sources. It doesn't give any sources on the response. And this is a problem, right? The original app would give sources linking to the video such that you could go to the specific video and actually learn more about that topic. We need that in here. We need that to work. Again, I don't think this is absolutely 100% needed for delivering the SaaS, but I do think it's a crucial feature, and I do think it's something that people want. Cool. Okay, so what else did we criticize? Let's try to publish this and see what happens. So what was checked? Oh, it gives a checklist here. That's actually pretty neat. Mind you, this whole SaaS has more or less been one-shotted. So just to give you an idea of what we have done here is we built out the app. We spent quite a lot of time working on that and getting it to work well. But then after that, we have pretty much tried to one-shot this whole SaaS. It didn't work out quite as well as we had hoped for, but it's gotten us a long part of the way. And first this week have we started to do some manual interventions because I started getting stressed about actually reaching the deadline. Okay, it's apparently live now. Okay, give me a second here. Okay, so it's apparently live now. How do we deliver this? Let's try to do https test.trolls.im. Okay. Let's then... There should really be a copy button here. Okay. On the delivery page, when you embed the coach, you should have a copy link or copy button. Again, this is not absolutely crucial. I can copy these things, but it feels annoying. Okay, I'm just going to head over to Codex here, and we will ask Codex, could you create test.trolls.im and embed this? Use the compound coders MCP to do this. And in the meantime, I'm going to head over to Cloudflare and now set up this domain. So this should be relatively straightforward. So what this actually does, so compound coders, the whole backend there has a lead pages module. That lead pages module is used. Just see what happened to my restream tab. That module is used to okay, I am interrupting myself here. Okay, so that module is used to and I keep on doing it. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm having too many things going on and I'm so excited about that we actually got something working. So, it has a lead pages module. That module is made such that it can create new pages. And all I have to do is set up a CNAME record on Cloudflare. I'm going to do that now, and we can test this out. And I'm curious whether this is going to work. Like, if the embedding into a web page is going to work, then I think we can argue that we will deliver this. I mean, in principle, we could postpone Discord integration for later. We do want to have Discord integration, but for the sake of just delivering the SaaS and getting that done really quick, I do think we could argue that it was delivered without having a... Let me see. Test.trolls as a NX domain. Okay. It is created a draft, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. So we need to go and set up the CNAME. And you see that Codex is so nice here that it actually tells me exactly what the CNAME needs to be. So we're going to do that right away. The question though, this is not going to work. because I'm running all of this locally. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. But maybe I could make this work anyway if I change the URL. That just means that you guys can't test it just yet. But okay, garbage. I didn't think that through. We are just going to do this anyway, and then let's see. DNS unproxied. It's true. We need to remember that. Time to live. 1 hour. Let's just see. This is also going to be slightly problematic because every time we update this, what will happen is it will change the port. So, but we're just going to have to give this a try and see if it actually works. And if not, we might have to set up a local server to test this out. So let's go back to Codex here. Okay. And what was this localhost 9000, wasn't it? Let's just check whether that actually works. I don't know whether it has published that domain yet. No, it hasn't published anything. You see here we get service temporarily unavailable. I wonder whether this will actually give us access to localhost. I think for security reasons it might block that. If that happens, we will need to think about what we do instead, and actually maybe we could just access the URL directly. While it's working at this, let's just try that, because we do want to just check that it's working. So if we're going here, oh, that's the wrong one. So here we were. Right, we should be able to copy that up here and just add this and see that that will work. Oh, but we need to spell it correctly, of course. Okay, so we have the embedded code here. Has a bit too much text to my taste. Okay, and that worked as well. So I feel pretty confident that we'll actually be able to get the embedding to work. This is a nice step in the right direction. All right. Let's get back to testing. So let's just add down what we have confirmed. And actually maybe Right, and when we trained the coach, there was a weird thing that we need to mark down as well, because we want to fix that. So when we are training a coach, it starts at 60%, which is a completely random number, right? So you press start and it's immediately on 60%. Nobody knows what it did in those 60%, but it just got there right away. It doesn't feel linear. It doesn't feel like a linear experience in how it's doing the training. And so for that reason, we do want to work out how we can provide a better experience there. Again, I don't think this is an absolute must. Cool. Okay. Now let's get back to the actual web page. Yeah, where's the back button there? Okay, so that worked. One thing I'm curious about is what will happen when we do this on... Oh, wait, you can't see. What will happen when we press add Discord bot? This is all running locally, so in principle, this ought to not work. And seem to just refresh the page. Let's see. So Discord doesn't work locally. So what we might need to do actually is, I think we might need to get to a point where we set up something like ngrok to do a proxy for testing these things, because it's very clear that tester_trolls.im is not going to work. So if we're doing this, it doesn't seem to have published anything anyway. Also, I actually think it's wrong. I think what it instructed me to do is wrong. I do think that tester_trolls.im should be proxied. Let me just try to do that, because that might be the reason why we don't work, or why things are not working for that one. But even so, I don't think that getting this tested is as easy as I first hoped for. Let's see. Let me try this in a... Let's just ask it, did you publish it? Oh wait, this is the wrong chat. This is Claude. Too many things open at once. Let's go back here and ask, did you publish this page? Okay, please update to use the localhost URL and then publish. That should at least give us an idea. If this works out, I will be pretty thrilled. If not, we'll see what else we have to do. Anyway, getting back here, I think there are a lot of good things going. So delivery, that one halfway works. Oh, and it did install a bot here. So it had a weird flash happening. And I think there's something wrong here, right? It must have faked this entire thing, because I did not give it any channel it should install it into. I did not ask it to do anything. And also it says waiting for you to publish. So I don't think this is right. And also, passcode could not update Discord. Yeah. This is probably the one thing we want to do. Let's go back to our usage and see if it's actually, so it's correctly. So we have it is correctly noted 1 answer out of 1,000 this month. And so we've only answered 1 time. So let's just try to check that that's actually whether the accounting is done correctly here. So to do that, let me bring that one up here. Oh, wait, I thought we had published this one. So there's a weird discrepancy. So on your coaches, it claims that it is a draft coach, when in reality we have actually published it. We have published it. On the detail page, it is listed as published. Okay, so, and here it says live and answering. If we press try now, that one didn't work. We already know that. Just checked out your website. Truly amazing idea, dude. Would be extremely helpful for a lot of people. Thank you. I think so too. I did a first version of this, hacked it together with some of the stuff that Google has, and basically got Mark Liu to coach me. So the AI avatar of Mark Liu to coach me on how to ship a startup in a week, and it was a pretty good and fun experience to do. So yeah, I believe that this can help a lot of people as well, and I think. If you think of something like the ship or die community, just imagine being able to get the coaches so AI coaches in to actually help you do more faster. I think that's going to be a really, really great thing to have. All right, getting back to this. We were just about to test if it counts the answers correctly. Yeah, exactly. So one of the things I was actually really impressed with the first version I did, I got him to come with some of the more detailed stuff that I would have had no chance of finding in his video. So for instance, he has this principle where if a startup does not deliver about, I think it's $1 per 1,000 or 10,000 visitors, it's probably not going to be worth it. Below $0.50, you need to pause it, and if it's above, you should just go all in, right? Which I think is a super useful metric. But watching through all of his video to find that piece of information would just have been completely overwhelming, and I would have had to spend a lot of time to do that. So I think it can really provide a lot of value. Okay, let's get back and see if we did the accounting right here. No, so it doesn't notice that it's answering more questions. Yeah, I agree. Actually, this is not based on a rack as such, so it's based on the LLM wiki idea. So I don't know if you've seen the thing that the Karpathy did with LLM wiki, and it seems to work crazy good if you do it the right way. I'm still tweaking it a bit, but yeah, I've been pretty impressed with the results so far. Okay. So accounting answers doesn't work. The model. The usage. Yeah, no worries. Come back anytime and ask questions. And great to have you here. So thanks for the questions. The usage doesn't increase when a user asks. Okay. But 2 files, that's correct. The storage seems to be accounted correctly, so it was 78 megabytes plus some 40 something, so that seems about right. What counts as an answer? One reply from one of your coaches on your website or Discord, or in Try It Out. Long conversations count once per reply, not once per message. Wait, am I misunderstanding something here? What does this even mean? Once per reply. Like every time you send a message, you get a reply. So, but then it says not per message you sent. This is completely incomprehensible, at least for somebody like me. This should be explained better. Okay. So we have a few things that we need to improve now, but overall, I think this is really good. I think we are really close, and I feel hopeful that we will be able to deliver this. So let's just make this one small again. We don't need that right now. We can start prompting in just a second. But I think that there is one very crucial thing that's missing for all of this. And that is, there is no bloody Stripe integration. There is no way to receive payments. In fact, that is probably the #1 reason why we would fail at this, because Stripe integration is usually a huge thing. And so we're left with a little bit of a strategical issue here. Are we going to do the Stripe integration first and then fix all the small things? Or are we going to do the small things first and have a working product but not getting paid for that product? It feels like we just have to do the Stripe integration, right? I don't think that there's any way around it. As much as I would love to just polish this, it feels like that's the next thing to do. Being worked on, ready to use. Need to look, okay. Other than that, it does feel like the UI is simple enough that maybe not my mom, but I'm sure that my wife would be able to use this. And I think that she's non-technical, so I think that in itself is a great thing. Yeah, I agree, Stripe first, and then we ship, and then we just improve from there. It seems like the right way to go, doesn't it? Stripe is just freaking me a bit out, because it's always a whole faff to get that properly tested. So we're going to issue a prompt in just a bit, and most likely the AI will be working on this for quite some time, which means that we need to start looking at some other things to do while it's doing that. But I think Stripe first is definitely the right call. And thanks, yeah, I'm happy you agree with me on the UI. It doesn't feel too overcomplicated, and I think it gives a good enough thing. The slide. Oh, shoot, we can't ship. Light mode, dark mode doesn't work. I'm just kidding. We're just going to remove that button. I don't care about that for the actual shipping of that. So let's just get back to our terminal. Where did that one go? Okay, we're shutting this down. And let's get over here. This whole prompt we can get rid of. Okay, cool. Okay, so we need it such that we can ask it to... We need it such that we can set up a subscription. We are going to completely scrap the freemium model. This is one of the things that I learned from these interactions with Mark Liu AI, that the freemium model is actually something that you just want to get away from. If people are not buying from your landing page with the value proposition that you're having, then it means that you haven't hit a pain point that's hard enough. And so that's going to be the key thing we're doing here. We're getting them to sign up and pay right up front. And then maybe later on in a year from now, we'll add a freemium model if this grows. If it doesn't grow, well, then at least we haven't been wasting a ton of compute on people just trying stuff out. Okay, so we need it such that people can set up a subscription. The subscription, available should be pulled from Stripe. Should be pulled from Stripe. Question is, can we integrate what a subscription includes directly from the Stripe API? I believe that you can add metadata to these things. So, but I think we need to research this. Let's see. Please research how we could tie a specific Stripe subscription to a given amount of usage with the least work involved. For instance, by having some metadata. Let's discuss before you implement anything. Let's see. No, I haven't checked clerk subscriptions. But yeah, it might be easier to set up than Stripe, and it might be something that I should look into. Let's try to Google that. That I even still Google things just goes to show how old school I am sometimes. Wait, what? Free until 50k users? Oh right, they're also providing authentication, aren't they? Billing. Okay, so 0.7% of volume uses Stripe under the hood and abstracts away every single headache with Stripe. Okay, that's good to know. That might be worthwhile trying out. Stripe 2.9 plus transaction 0.5 plus. Okay, so their uplift is actually not that bad. It could be a lot worse. One of the questions, or one of the things that might make our integration slightly more tedious than what is normal is we are using a full Rust stack. That means that we have no JavaScript, no TypeScript, no other thing than just pure Rust. So it's Rust frontend, Rust backend, and that makes that a lot of times we need to write the libraries from scratch. So the question is whether there would be a out-of-the-box library for Clerk. I know we have that for Stripe. But I think we're going to start a separate research thread for just looking at Clerk. Let's have a look here. Another thing that might speak for using Stripe is that we already have. Oh, wait, what did it say now? Stripe means. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we could be able to just completely manage this through Stripe. List active subscription purchase. Yeah, whatever. Let's do that. Missing. A plan without an allowance cannot be subscribed to usefully. Let's see, what does it say here? Usefully in the code. Yeah, that's okay. Plan changes. Yes, follows Stripe's period. I think we need to reissue an upgrade, right? If you want to upgrade. Like every time I want to upgrade a service, I want the upgrade now, not at the next billing period. Yeah, I think there might be some merits to why we should be using Stripe. We already have a lot of the libraries and a lot of the things inside of my repository. Yeah, so I think we need to reissue immediately. I think that's going to be what happens, right? Because you are running your code, and what happens is that at some point you run out of allowance, and at that point you just want to upgrade immediately. You don't want to wait a month. So you can see here, it already found our product app, which is a separate contained library for managing products within our system. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's get this shipped. What are you all up to today? Why did you choose Rust instead of TypeScript or Python? I felt like this would have been an easier choice, right? Yes, I agree with you, and it's a really good question. So one of the reasons why I've chosen Rust is because if you go just a little while back, agents would completely mess up your code base over and over again. Now, with Rust, it's so bloody hard to write a code that doesn't work that it's a really, really good fit for agents. And so the whole premise of all the things that I'm doing is I want it such that I can get it to do stuff and then just walk away, and I don't want to have any of the trivial mistakes. So if you go back like 6 months ago, 6 to 8 months ago, what I saw happening a lot when I was using TypeScript was they would just cast things into unknown and then recast it as whatever variable it would need as a solution to things. I don't think that the newer models do that, but now I have this whole code base that's written in Rust. Besides that, Rust actually allows you to do a whole bunch of interesting things in terms of compiling into WASM, which means that your binaries get really small, and so when you're building out applications, you end up with an application bundle that's a lot smaller than you would if you were doing a Electron app. So these are my main motivations, but other than that, I think you could just as well use TypeScript today with the models. So I've seen a few people online who are quite successful at this. So for instance, Dan, I can't remember what he's called more than that, but he's doing really well with TypeScript and actually getting to one-shot SaaS. He made a video. Let me just see if I can find that for you. He made a video where he basically one-shotted a SaaS with Fable, and it's pretty good. Like what it managed to do. And it goes to show just how much we have improved on the models. So I think Rust is much less of a requirement today than it was half a year ago. But actually, let me show you something here. So this platform here is my training platform. So that one was completely written by agents back in November last year. And I've not looked at a single piece of code inside of this. I've had it all vibe code. And this was before agents were really good at these things. So that goes to show just how much of extra you get from the guardrails Rust is providing. I don't think I would have been able to do that with TypeScript, by the way. Yeah, Fable and GPT 5.6 are crazy good. I almost feel like all the tricks I learned for the cheaper models has been wasted effort. Not quite, but yeah. All right. I feel like I lost the thread here. What was I doing? We were building out Stripe. Okay. The spine already exists. End to end. Let's see, end to end. Two questions you didn't answer with my recommendation since they changed the work. Plan listing. I'd replace the single plan endpoint with returning active personal scope subscriptions. Plans are already imported from Stripe, so it imports the local data, no Stripe call page. Metadata. I'd refuse the import. A plan with allowance can pay for them. Let me just... So inside of this repository, we have a whole system built out for managing teams, for managing permissions inside of the system. So I'm just going to prompt it whether it would be worthwhile reusing that, because I feel like that could be a worthwhile thing to do. That manages account, permissions, allowances, and teams. Is it worth What time do you stream at? I've got to go now. We'll tune in tomorrow. It's I start again at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And so it will be weekdays, Monday to Friday, 10 to 2 o'clock Central European time. So exactly the same time as today. And it's been great to have you here. So I would love to see you back tomorrow. And we can check where we are with this. Hopefully we will get to a point where this is getting shipped. I also have some other really cool stuff in the pipeline that I'm really looking forward to share with you guys. So yeah. Please do tune in tomorrow, and also like and subscribe. It means a lot to me. Is it worth using? Thank you so much. We'll see tomorrow. Is it worth reusing these for our product here? It might be that it could save us time. Then adding a basic so we need a basic admin panel. See how that was done for compound coders. I feel like if we can get this to work, there is a win to be had here. But it might also be that this is such a comprehensive library that it actually would be more work to implement it or integrate it than it would be to not integrate it. So it realizes now that we have a lot of stuff in here that we can use. And so this is a pretty comprehensive library we have built out. The whole idea of how we have built the repository we're working in is everything is modular and it should be quite easy to integrate new things. And we already have dependencies in there. But look at what they render. So we already have new product, we have product edit. All for render a placeholder. Screens exists. Backend endpoints exist. The routes exist. They're pointed to the wrong component, admin. So add is mostly finishing wiring what's already there. Okay, this is great news. That means that we actually have a real chance at reusing this stuff instead of having to do a full Stripe implementation. So let's see, what else does it say? Okay, I think I need to sit down for this. Let's see. Point these routes to the real screen. Stripe import, subscriptions, blah blah. Rate from subscription, credit allowance. Following the meta time. Replace the hard-coded single plan endpoint with the list of the active subscriptions. Okay, I feel like did you study how these components are used in compound coders. They may reveal additional detail that would answer your questions. So let's just see. Actually, let me just remove myself so we can see all the text here. So the two things I'd still like to know for you: the metadata, key, name, and units, credits versus answers. Credits leak an internal abstraction into your Stripe system dashboard, and whether plan listing replaces the Stripe plan endpoint later on. Whether the plan listings, I feel like we could just set this up to show the primary product same as compound coders. For credits, the question here is one of economics. What is easier to understand, that you get 1,000 answers or 1,000 credits? I feel like it's probably easier to understand answers, although people might be vanilla system. That would just be based on answers instead of tokens. Well, in fact, we could also do the simple route and say, well, we're giving this in answers. No, actually, let's not do that. Let's not do that. It would be cleaner to do a separate version of this. Okay, let's see what it comes back with. interesting. So we asked it to study compound coders, and it went and it studied 1UP instead. Nice. Let's just see. It claims that this is not trivial. Why is this not trivial? I would have thought it to be trivial. So answer your answer billing is unit name answer, unit price 1, quantity 1, allowance of, and the fastcode answers in stripe metadata. Well, look, with this, I'm not sure we need this in the stripe metadata. We should be able to do this without. The work is routing posted responses through durable price operations. Not trivial because the durable executor is wired to the chat reservation type, and the response path threads token counts through the usage records, but it's okay. So I think a few confusions here. Let's forget the Stripe metadata for now. Already have. Okay, the second thing is what I don't understand is this. What I don't understand is this. How come the total number of answers is not just a small extra record in the usage table that is updated when you do an inference. It seems to me that this ought to be really simple. So I don't understand why the agent is making such a problem out of it. It really shouldn't be this hard. Let's just try to really understand the answer here. You're tracking per answer as money. Okay, you're tracking cost per answer as money. Today, the longer answer costs more. 1 credit, blah, blah, blah. That's much better for creators. Okay, so actually what it's saying is we should just stick with credits. Okay, look, in the name of getting this done quickly, I think let's stick with credits. In any case, let's just use credits, not answers, as the billing metric. Okay, 1 record per inference. Estimated cost. Success. Let's see. Counting answers this periodically genuinely is what... Yeah, okay, so we don't even need to add a record, right? We could just count the actual records. What the system buys that... The lot system buys the counter count. 4 things. Settlement. Multiple credit sources with independent expiry. Single counter can't express 1000 from your... Okay, but here's the thing that matters the most. None of that is work you'd be taking on. It's already built, it's already tested. Okay. Okay, cool. So it seems that we have a viable... Yes, you should write this up in a plan. Comprehensive plan, and then let's improve the product. Make sure that we have a environment variable to identify the admin of fastcoach.io, similar to what we do other places. Okay, I think this is... exactly... Set the allowance per purchase. One question. Shouldn't the allowance purchase... All right, instead of... Okay, so no questions. Okay, cool. This basically means that we're ready to roll. Let's fucking go. So once we have this up running, right, the moment we can take payment, we have a minimal version of the product. We should just ship it right there, right then. Right, there's still a whole bunch of things that doesn't work, but we can ship it and then just improve. Get the little things that are not working to work. But if we ship it early, we can start testing it. We can bring it into our Discord channel and make it such that it can answer questions. We can, do all of these things. We can embed it into the webpage so you guys can try it out and see what you think. I think that's the way forward. I think this is the way we will make this work well. Six minutes until we are below 3 days of time left. So only 6 minutes and we are getting to the point where we really need to get things going. So, but I feel like we are on the right path here. I feel like we are really getting to a point where we're ready to ship this. I was so happy to see that it could actually answer questions. And the rest of it is just going to be a matter of writing the remaining code, shipping it. We have a lot of this in the repository already. It's written out a plan now for how we're going to do this. So let's put up a goal. Implement everything in. Make sure to mark things as done with a when they are completed and tested. Run just test before finishing a feature and fix anything that is not working. Okay, so what we're telling it to do here is just to make sure that we're running this just test. Sometimes if you're not explicit about these things, the agent will just bypass it. We have this in the agents.md, so it shouldn't be necessary to remind Claude to do these things. However, it's not always that it actually listens to the things. And so for that reason, I still like to put it into the prompt itself. All right, let's see. So, did it get started on this? I thought I set it to... It's still running? Or not? What does this mean? What does this mean? So, the plan is written, sent, and now underway. Items 1 and 5 are implemented and running just tests before I might. Holy crap, it's already done. Item 1 and 5. Well, long live boilerplate code. So one of the things that everybody's saying is that you don't need boilerplate code anymore because of AI. I think that's completely nonsense. Clearly, when you're having the right AI-enabled boilerplate, you can move a lot faster than you could otherwise. And I think this is a great example of it. So I thought it had only written the plan by now, but it actually has a admin panel for some of the stuff it appears. And it's now continuing doing what it must do. And I feel like once we have done this, if we get Stripe to work today, well, we will get Stripe to work today. I want to get Stripe to work today. So once we have Stripe working today, I think the next thing we're going to try is we're going to try to get it to do a self-audit on what is missing, what hasn't been done. As much as I think that this testing and writing things down is important, I would really like to get to a point where I don't have to do that. And one of the things I've built out is an end-to-end test framework that allows it to spin up the system, set up a headless instance, and actually define flows that are supposed to work inside of the system. This is one of the reasons why we have this mailbox from using Mailhook to ensure that the agent has access to a mailbox that it can use for testing the system. %, 98% context used, so probably it will auto compact in just a bit. Okay, so while this is running, I am working on another project here on my laptop, which I'm really looking forward to showing you guys. I've been talking about it in some of the other live streams, but we'll get back to that one as soon as we have shipped this one. That is going to be the next project that I'm working on. It's basically it's very close to being a full agentic OS. We're not quite there yet, but it's doing all of the desktop surface for being able to have something that you can completely control by voice. And so my hope is that within a couple of weeks, we'll be able to start a new set of YouTube videos where we'll be doing 1 hour workout over here on my rig while operating our agents completely hand-free. I think that's going to be a nice morning routine. And so basically I want to get to a point where you can tell the agent to just go and do the things that you normally do, but do them for you. And then whenever it needs help, it should come back to you. So for instance, checking your email, figuring out who to respond to and how to respond and all of that. Cool. So we're now implementing item 2. Means we need, so we have item 2, 3, and 4, and then we should be done. Alright, so while it's working on this, I am just jumping out for a quick break. I'll be back in a minute or two. Oh, right. So I just realized that I've been speaking without a microphone on. I'm sorry about that. So while we're waiting for the agent over here to finish its work, it's right now at item 2. We're going to work on one of the other things that we've been working on, namely OneUp, which is a agent environment. And so we're working on the landing page yesterday. We're going to continue doing that today. So while it's doing this, let's jump over here and just see what the landing page looks like right now. This is non-great. And we designed a new landing page yesterday. And we're going to improve this. Oh, wait. We did that here. So we're going to ask it to use the compound coders MCP server to update oneup.com with the new landing page. Make sure, let's just give it this one instruction. Okay, this is taking a bit longer than I had expected. Normally it's super quick at updating web pages, but somehow not today. And we see that it's actually doing some updates now. At least it's previewing something here. Let's see if this is already live. No, it's not. It's just doing the update at the moment. Let's check out where Codex is at. So the backend update for item 2 is in. And now we're running the test suite. Okay, let's get back. Right, so I think the complication is it's building out this whole thing using npm. Normally the changes I've made are a lot easier and a lot simpler. I am curious whether it's going to succeed or not with this. It may or it may not. So if any of you are working on something interesting today, drop it in the chat. Love to hear what you guys are up to. Nice, and we get an update here with what it's actually doing. Right, let's get back to the landing page, see if it's root injection. It's doing a whole bunch of things here. So I think this task was a bit bigger for it than I had anticipated. Definitely didn't expect that. We see it does a really nice job of actually getting something that looks pretty neat. And we're going to replace this with a real demo. Oh my goodness, what happened here? This looks like garbage. So it just changed everything. So I think what it's doing right now is it's packaging the stuff it built with npm, and then it's testing what it looks like when you're loading it on, oh, this is actually on the real page. So it completely destroyed my landing page. I hope it will fix it. Let's see. But it did upload the videos. Which is funny. So it found these random videos on my hard drive and just embedded them into the web page. And they are remotely related to what the landing page is about. So I think it's fine. I will leave it there for now, but I'm really surprised that it found them. So for those of you who just tuned in, we are working on a couple of things here. So over here on this side, we're working on building out Stripe integration for Fastcoach. We tested Fastcoach this morning. It works. We trained an agent that can actually respond on my content. But what we found was missing was Stripe payments. This is the number one blocker for us launching this app or this SaaS. So we have asked it now to add these things, to allow us to set up Stripe subscriptions and basically get charged on a monthly basis. And with that, it's setting up the admin panels and all of that. And so all of this is happening right now. And while we wait for that, I am busy updating the landing page for the next project I'm doing. Right now it looks like, oh, there we go. Now it's actually live with the right CSS. So if you go to oneup.com, you can see the landing page for the next project I will do right after the fast coach one. And so the agent here is just scrolling around to check that things are actually looking nice. Let's try to check this in a browser that's not agent operated. Run your agents in a workspace you can see, steer, and trust. Yep. Then it has some random mock-up here that looks weird. This looks nothing like the app, but if this makes Codex happy, then why not? And then it has this demo section, which we're going to work on. Probably not this week, but the weeks after. I'm planning on, so once I have the basic app made, we're going to make it such that we will do an integration per day. So the idea is, the way we will launch this app is we'll do an integration per day with somebody else. So we find somebody else's startup, we integrate that, we'll do a small demo video, upload it here, and this will be our strategy for both getting a bit of attention and just to test how well this system is built out. Are we actually capable of integrating all the things that I'm hoping we could integrate? And I really like this landing page. I think it's come across, or it's come through as really, really well laid out and very clean. And so this was all made by the agent. I've done nothing except just telling it that there were a few things that wasn't great. You can see there's still a few things here that's not great. There is some alignment issue here around the 0.3 and the icon. They should be centered or on the same baseline, but they are neither of those two. But really not something where I'm completely upset. Also, I'm not sure whether there should be a line here or that line should be moved up or what should happen. But it feels like this gap is not supposed to be there. And then it made this demo section for us that we requested, where we basically will have the integrations we're doing. And probably the first integration we'll do is GitHub. Maybe we'll do a Notion integration. I'm not sure. Sentry we probably will not do unless somebody specifically requests that. And yeah, this looks really nice as well. And now we need to set up the, oh, by now should do something else. We need to update that. So I wonder if we could get it to redo this just as a plain HTML file with CSS. So it has the whole layout now. And I feel like having all of this in NPM to build out this thing is far too complex for what it is. We just need a basic landing page to capture sales and capture leads. Let's go back and try to give it that feedback. Where did Codex go here? Oh, and it also implemented the download section. Let's have a look at that. I didn't check that out. Download coming soon. Free while in beta. Signed an update updater. Yeah, and I think that's actually a sensible approach. If we're doing 2 channels, right? We're doing the beta channel, and then we're doing the release channel. That's nice. I like that. Again, there is something around how it has aligned things here that looks kind of weird. It should be on the same baseline. But I think for an AI design, this is okay. And again, here you see some alignments that are not quite right. So what I will ask it to do is I will ask it to do a simplified version that doesn't involve any NPN. You completely not redo, because we don't want it to redo the landing page. What we wanted to do is we wanted to rewrite the landing page exactly as it is, but in plain HTML with vanilla JS if any needed. And so the reason why we want this is because the MCP server that's hosting this is using a templating system that's very similar to Jinja 2 or Terra, if you're familiar with that from Rust. And working directly with these templates in HTML is a lot easier than it is to try to embed this into a React application or a NPM application. And this page is not very complicated, so it should be quite straightforward to rewrite that as HTML. Then once we've done that, we can get the mailing sign up to work. And once the mail sign up is working, so basically the flow we want is you sign up for the beta, you get a mail, and with that mail you get a link to where you can download the beta software. And I think that's going to be absolutely awesome once we have that, because with that we can then start capturing leads and start getting people to test the software. And then we slowly start to build out the demos. We will upload those ones on YouTube, then link them from here, or maybe even embed them directly. I mean, this looks pretty good this way, but there's no YouTube or any other link. So maybe we should upload them like this. So this is a demo of one of the very first versions of the tool I made. So this was meant just to help doing review for code. But since I don't really review code anymore, I have agents doing that for me. I don't really find this tool so useful, so I worked on it. What happened next was that it turned into a full coding harness, and from that it's turned into a full desktop management system, or whatever you want to call it. And so I'm hoping we can get a beta version out this week. And I think these videos like this actually works pretty well, so maybe we should keep on doing that. Yeah, so this is exactly what I thought, right? We have a huge JS runtime that's added just because this was built out in with NPM. And really what we want is just something super simple. We don't need all the fanciness, and we don't need, in particular, we don't need a huge JavaScript running this whole thing, because it's really all just static and we don't have a lot of fancy effects. So that can come later if we ever want to have that. Let's check out how Codex is doing. It is still working. Let's see, is there any seems to be still working on item 2. So we're just going to leave that and let that work on that while we work on building out a landing page. Right. All right, so it's testing it now, it seems. And the CSS no, the script payload is 69% smaller. That's pretty nice. It's a nice reduction. So building out this MCP server for building web pages is one of the best things I've done, because it removes so much friction in building out all the stuff that you always need. So you always need a landing page, you always need a way to capture people's email, you always need a place where people can download your stuff. And the first version of this doesn't need to be very funky. So just being able to set up a simple HTML page that can capture emails and send out emails when people sign up is such a nice thing to get from just a few prompts. And if you combine that with UI.sh, you actually get some pretty decent design. So this was designed with the Tailwind framework from Adam. What is he called again? I don't remember his last name, but the guy behind Tailwind CSS. Right, so if you haven't checked this out, I think you should check out UI.sh. I really love this skill. It works really well for me. And it actually makes sure that a lot of the generic stuff that you otherwise see is not there. It's not perfect, and as you saw, there are several design issues in what it has done. But what is really nice is it gives the design that comes out of it is pretty clean, right? So if we go back here and we have a look at what we have built out here, this does look pretty good. It's not quite designer level, but we're getting close. So you see that it has all of the, well, how to put it? It has some taste, which I think a lot of times when you ask Claude to do something, you end up with some generic looking thing that it all falls into the same direction. And so this really helps guide the AI into the right direction, this tool. So I'm pretty happy with that one. And I highly recommend anybody who wants to test that out to go and test it out. I don't think that they have a free plan, but even so. So I think the next thing we need, once this is working, we need to get the sign-up form working. That's going to be hopefully pretty straightforward. And then we need to set this up with Stripe payments so people can actually sign up for the software and buy it. So this is the form that we want to have working. And so we are basically looking for two things. Beta testers. Well, actually, should remove that V1 lifetime since V1 lifetime. But team licenses, if we can find B2B partnerships for this, that will help us sell a lot more, a lot faster. So we want to have the possibility for people to do this. And then integration partnership. This is a cornerstone in how we're going to market this. So we're going to integrate other people's products, and in that way, we will be able to approach them and actually add value upfront, right? So we're building out this platform where you can manage your agent. You get this agent canvas where you can add extensions for doing various bits and pieces. And we're now going to integrate other people's products into this. And by doing that, the hope is that because that their product is getting integrated into the and through a live stream, they get a lot of exposure, and hopefully that will help them wanting to just share what we are doing in return. And that's all we can hope for. We're not going to ask that from them, but we're hoping for that. And typically that's what I've seen happening, right? If you are nice to people and you try to give them value up front instead of taking value, typically they respond with what is it called? Reciprocity? The thing where they reciprocate. No, that's also the wrong word. I need to figure out what the right word. Yeah, never mind. The point is that they usually return the favor. And they usually do that without that you have to ask them. So that will be our strategy for this product. Let's check out what Codex is up to. Still working, and now migrating the database. See, do we have a terminal open somewhere? Okay, so the page is rewritten. Let's ask it if it also did. Did you also update / downloads? Then the next thing is, once this has been done, we want to set up the email. Let's maybe dictate this one. So please do this by studying what we have done with the other pages inside of Compound Coders and follow the patterns that exist. Then we need to set so when you sign up for when you request access or you request to talk about team licenses or partnerships, we need it such that an email is sent out. If you're requesting access, it should send out an email with the download links to the downloads page, and otherwise it should send out an email with "Thank you for your inquiry, we will get back to you." And so while we're building out all of the marketing parts with how we're going to ship this, I'm actually building out the actual system on my laptop here. And that is just standing and running nicely. And again, as soon as we're done shipping fast codes, this is what we'll be doing next. But fast codes does take the absolute highest priority in our priorities. We need to get that shipped because I don't want to get kicked out of Ship or Die, the community. Cool. So while we're waiting for this, let's try out another thing here. So this is still building out. But let me try this out. So we're basically getting to a point where hopefully we'll be able to run the entire business just via texting and talking. And so one of the things I've built out as well as part of building this whole system out is I have this trolls.im/live. Right, and this one shows a schedule. The problem is I forget to update the schedule, so it doesn't actually make a lot of sense. But if you go back, we did have something scheduled on some of the previous days, and I want to get to a point where this is actually kept up to date. So I need a way to get Restream and this page syncing. I believe that we should be able to update this from... Yeah, we need to update the compound coders to support the events API. Unfortunately. But the problem is going there and updating these things manually just seems like a waste of time. Okay, are we done here or what? No, it's still working. Just wasn't scrolled all the way down. All right, we're ready to test this out. It took it a bit of time to do this, and probably it's not going to work out of the box. At least it's not been my experience that it does ever. But let's give it a go. Let's check out if we can actually sign up for this thing. Nice. Will you look at that? Nice. We have a sign up where you can request the access to the beta. So the next thing we need... Wait, why is it saying menu? Okay. We'll have to ask the agent to fix this. So we have a few visual issues that we'll be sorting out, but I don't think that should stop us. But I really like this. It looks great, and it has all the usual stuff. And it's nicely formatted. It looks clean. I am thrilled to see this. Absolutely amazing. So let's get payments going. So this is the module that we are hoping to reuse inside of Fastcode, the products one. So that's under commerce. We have products. Going to just create a new product here. We will call that one up. The next thing we want is to add a purchase option. We're just going to add a single one. One up lifetime, one up B1, let's call that. One up B1. And the price is going to be $2.99. It's a one-time payment. And we don't have any team features at this point. Let's check out what we actually are supposed to have in the copy for this one. Is it here? So and we're not going to put any max on it. Just going to add this one. And what We don't have any grant scopes. We don't have anything else associated with it. So the next thing we need is we need for Claude, or rather Codex, to add this one. So I think we need to get the purchase option. I think we need to have the slug for that. Let's try to do this. So we set up payments for Fast Coach. We need to set payments up the same way for OneUp using the purchase option. And one of the things is we need to update, so we already have created that one, but we need a discount code. Probably need to go to Stripe to create that one, although I thought I would be able to make it here, but maybe not. So let me just pull this one up a place where I don't accidentally reveal all my secrets in Stripe. We're just locking in. Let's see. Coupons. So let me create a coupon. And I think let's limit the number to 100. So we don't want more to consumer facing promotion codes. No, so okay, let's check this out. See, that should all be set up now. All right, so it's working on it. Hopefully this will work in just a bit, because this means that we are basically ready to hit the ground running the moment we have shipped fastcodes.io.
Never talk too much, I keep on giving. Gotta move racks to keep on living. Can feel when the lion fibbing. Straight in your eyes and cold as ice. How many chances, yeah, are you giving? Can see how they're treating women. Doesn't matter how vexed you are, I'm livid. Be in the flow state, can't be rigid. Nothing don't change if you don't merge. Feel so comfortable, there's no urge. Income multiple cage like birds. Better sweet, yeah, but it could be worse. Yeah, it could be worse. Maybe that's what they want us to think. Some Titanic ship just waiting to sink. I'm always down for the cause, just waiting to link. Life is precious, gone in a blink. It's gone in a blink.
Okay, let's check this out if it's working and if we're ready to take payment on this.
Keep on writing, keep on flowing. It's cold, but I dip my toe in. Life is mad, but you gotta keep going. Ducking, diving, juggling, throwing. BTS, the seeds we're sowing. No one that I'm borrowing from or owing. Big boy mental pain like Bowen. Determined, I keep on growing. Lyrics to service, it keeps on showing. Stay in my own boat.
Nice. So will you look at that? Automatically applies the discount code. And we're ready to basically just, if we go in here and look, we will see, okay, now it's all in. Let's do US dollars. So it's automatically applied the beta launch 200 on this. And look at how little work we actually did to do this. All we had to do is make sure that we told the MCP what to do. So that's pretty cool. That means that we're ready to start selling one up. All right, great. So with that, we basically need to start planning out what videos we'll shoot. And in the meantime, we're still working on the Stripe integration here. As anticipated, this is not going to go super fast, although it does seem we're making steady progress. Hello, FS driver. How are you? FST driver. Okay, well, tell me more about that. What are you running a campaign for? So, what's the budget? Oh, what happened to my music? Disappeared. Can't do any work with no music. That's no good. No, we need something more high energy. That's go for this. See what this is. So, I think all in all, this is pretty good. So, while we're waiting for Codex to be finished, we now have a place where you can go and purchase your beta license or your license at a beta launch offer, which is the first step we need for the next product we're building. And that makes that as soon as we're done with building out Fast Coach, we are ready to hit the ground running. We will have all of the things we need to be off to a good start. And while we are doing that, so once we're done with Fast Coach, we will slowly start selling the things that we are building for 1UP. We're not quite there yet, but hopefully in 3 days' time, when the ship or die competition has timed out and we've hit the deadline, we are going to make this the next priority. We're going to spend time seeing this all the way through. 300 per day, that's a decent amount of money. Yeah, that's a real risk of running campaigns. But on the other hand, if you don't do it, you don't get the exposure, do you? So there's only so many ways you can get exposure. Oh, let's see. It has landed. We are ready to test Stripe integration into Fast Coach. This landed way faster than I thought it would, which makes me believe that it might not work. But let's see what it does. Could you set... Oh, bloody hell. That was not the intention. Okay, and what else do we need here? I feel like we need some more stuff. Maybe that's the only thing we need. 3 departures from play, all recorded. The allowance editor is its own screen. Oh wait, and make it such that if user is an admin user, we want to have a link to the admin panel in the sidebar. Okay, this is super exciting. Maybe we are getting Stripe integration today. If that happens and that's working, then we are ready to fucking go. Then we just need to polish the thing, get it out of the door, and be done with it. How do you tell if somebody's a SaaS expert or not? By what criteria? Maybe their monthly revenue? I don't know. That depends. What do you mean by SaaS expert? Do you mean somebody who's an expert in building SaaS, or do you mean somebody who's an expert in running a business, building businesses with SaaS? Or it can mean many things to be an expert. I think revenue is probably a good proxy to tell whether they're good at sales. But that does not necessarily mean that they're good at sales for SaaS, right? It depends a lot on what you're actually selling, whether you're good at it. So some people are great at doing B2B sales. Others are great at doing B2C sales. And I have a friend who is... like, he's amazing in doing sales in a business sense where so I did a thing with him once where we built out a subscription coffee SaaS, and he bought like a insane amount of coffee. So I think he invested like $15,000 into that. And then when we didn't succeed at the SaaS we were building, he managed to find somebody else and sold it with a profit, which I think... that's one kind of sales you can be good at, but that's not necessarily SaaS you're good at, if you follow me. 100K per month is completely achievable. So I think there are plenty of people who do that. The question is, what kind of business do you want in order to get there? So one of the things I'm working on is I'm trying to build out a knowledge business alongside building a SaaS business. So basically, I am building out a course where I'm teaching people how to become really good at managing prompts and doing context engineering. So it's meant for senior engineers, and the whole thing about knowledge businesses is that they are very, very easy to scale, in the sense that if you can find a product market fit, it's very easy to resell a book or to resell a course. So there's not a lot of overhead doing that. And I'm actually spending quite a lot of time studying how exactly you can do these things. Meanwhile, I'm building out my SaaS companies as well. Okay, I think while it's doing that, let's just run a just built command. Might as well kick that off, because it usually takes a bit of time. Although there is a chance that it has a lot of fresh cache. Yeah, that's a good question. So I think a realistic scenario is to run 5 different products maybe to 100k. Another thing that I've been playing around with is the idea of doing bootcamps instead of the SaaS companies. So bootcamps can be a lot more expensive, right? You typically charge somewhere between $1,000 to $10,000 per sale, but the sales are a lot harder to land. But it's not unusual that people pay an insane amount of money for these kind of things. The same if you're building out a mastermind. Masterminds typically start at $2,500-$3,000 and can go as high as $100,000. So if you have $100,000 for a mastermind, to join a mastermind, well, obviously you only need 12 sales, but then you're on a completely different level. But I think the number one key to actually get there is to provide value first. So, and that counts whether you're doing SaaS or you're doing something else. Like, I think sales as a service where you're being service oriented, your main goal is actually to serve people and help them learn new stuff, or help them grow in or solve problems. And you give them the help before you make any asks. I think that's a key thing. So that's a really good question. Right, so the value that I'm offering in what we're building right now, so fastcodes.io, is the ability to take your knowledge and turn it into an AI. So you basically can create a AI copy of yourself that can answer questions for your community. And so if you're running a Discord channel or you're having a YouTube channel and you have a lot of material where you've been sharing what you're doing, what my product does is it takes that material and it turns it into something that can help you reach more people. In that way, you can provide more value to your customers and to the people who are following you. Does that make sense? Not really. Well, have you had people that you'd want to learn from, that's for instance on YouTube, but they have hundreds of hours of content? How do you find the one piece of advice that you're looking for? That's basically the problem we're solving here. Yes, we're going to try it in just a second. I'm just waiting for the agent to finish here. So right now it's finishing up some things to allow us to do Stripe payments. And once we've done that, we're going to test it out and see if it's working. We tested it out this morning, had a small demo where we trained a small coach, and now all we need to do is make it such that you can use this directly from such that you can make payments. The main thing we were missing this morning was that there's no Stripe integration in the platform, and that's what we're solving now. Once that's solved, we're basically ready to start doing the minor details. So we found a bunch of minor things, but we did manage to train a coach based on some videos, and that's the key thing that we're trying to solve. I have no idea what good is, so you'll have to ask somebody else. Right. So you have one specific video you want to find. I think that's what you just give me. Ah, right. Okay, now I understand. Right. Okay. Okay. I understand what you wrote before. Yes. Okay. So if your question is how can I cure GERD, or if you want to see, go to Antarctica or whatever, right? What you would do is you'd find people you find people on YouTube who are experts in that one area. And so then with their channel, they are able to train it such that you can search it, right? And so let me try to show you a small demo here, because I think that will make everything clear. Let's try to just stop this. So the first version of this might take a little bit of time, but just give me a second here. I'm spinning up the app now. So the initial version of this was an app that you could use. What we're doing now is we're turning that into a SaaS. But so I just need to build it, and then I can give you a concrete example on how this works. retrieval. So check this out. Here I have a bunch of coaches that I've trained. So I have Mark Liu. So I've taken his channel and trained a coach with it. I have a whole bunch of other people, Noah Kakan, Jack Fricks, Rob, LevelsDB, Levels.io, Tony Robbins, right? And so we can go here and we can ask him, how do I know if I should continue my startup or not, right? So if you want to ask specific questions about a certain topic that one of these people know, then Mark Liu has done a lot of videos on when you should be abandoning your startup and go to another one. And so he's the domain expert, right? And so he comes here with some advice. And for each of these advice, there is a link to specifically that video that tells you how he would go about solving these problems. So this makes that I don't need to see all his videos. I ask him a question, I get a summary of what he thinks, and then I get the videos such that I can get the answers for it. And so in your case, you could train this on Mr. Beast's videos and ask the AI about anything related to those videos. Does that make sense? So let's just try to go one step deeper here. I believe see if we can find this answer, because this is one thing I know that Mark is advocating, which is I do have a specific metric per earnings. Specifically, I look, right, so this means that if I get 100 visitors, I expect about $100 in revenue. If I can get 100 visitors, I can expect. Okay, that's actually wrong. So it recites material wrong here. So the key idea on monetization here, the first one was monetized by targeting individual users, but I figured that the right place to monetize this is actually focusing on creators. So right now, Mark Liu is having a startup together with Jack Fricks that's called Ship or Die. They're having a Discord community. Now you could think about what is the value that you're actually adding to that community by making it such that these people's AI avatar is available 24/7 to answer questions. That's a huge value add to their community and a reason for people to join the community. And so that's basically the key idea here. So creators will pay for this, and that's a proven model. There are already companies who are doing this. And basically where this stands a little bit out is the focus on Discord. So basically the intersection on YouTube and Discord, because that's a very, very specific market. Oh, wrong start command. Let's do just built. All right, and we're ready to test whether our Stripe integration is now working. Also, one of the cool things is the app that I just showed you. That one was built in 1 week. So it took me 1 week from idea to actually getting it working. But the proof of concept was built within an hour. And the whole process of launching that app was guided by this Mark Liu AI avatar. But what's the price? And so would you be contacting creators and pitching them, or will they come to you? I think that initially I will need to contact creators and pitching them and saying, well, look, I can provide you this service, and here's the value that you get out of it. Right. I think that will be the main thing to do. So the price is, I think, will end up on $50 a month. It may be that I make it slightly cheaper. It may be that I make it slightly more expensive. I haven't decided yet. But I think overall that's a relatively reasonable price, given that running any kind of creator business usually has way more expensive things going on for it than a $50 a month bill. I think just my scheduling tool in itself is $40 a month. Not sure I understand your question. Could you... Do you mean what is my role or function in all of this? Right now, my function is to build the system. And hopefully, once it's launched, it will be mostly just maintaining the system. Like so many other people, I am very much hoping for that I get to a point where I can live off this by shipping updates and selling. Right. So, okay, let's have a look here. Okay, we tested this one last time. I don't see any... Interesting. It claims that it has done a lot of stuff, but actually I don't see any things whatsoever. There seems to be no access control or gates or anything like that. That's a... Oh, really poor performance. How much does it cost you to run? It basically, so the cost is per question. So you'll see that this will be charged by usage, right? And so running the basic system can come down to, I think, about $80 a month plus usage, right? And so the LLM usage is what's going to cost a lot of money. I think I haven't calculated that exact usage per answer, but that is something that I'll be tweaking once I have the rest of the system up running. You can basically tweak your earnings or your profit margin by choosing a more or less capable model. So for the things that I've been running, just the app that I showed you, asking questions doesn't really cost a lot of money. So you spend a few cents, not even a few cents, it's less than that per question you're answering. And that's with expensive models, that is. Now, choosing cheaper models, you'll be able to do better. But I think the first thing to do is show that there is demand for this. And before we can show that there's demand for this, we need to work out, why the fuck is my Stripe not working? This is really poor thought. I asked you to implement Stripe. You had one job to do. You said it was easy and nothing is working. Also, what happened to my landing page? Ah, there's my landing page. Okay. No tiers. No, one player, no tiers. Okay, what the let's see. Okay, I start to doubt the work Claude has done here. I am not really thrilled by the fact that it failed to do the one thing it was supposed to do. This is super strange. Okay, let's see what happens if I do /admin. Okay, so there is an admin panel. I think that's a good thing. And there's a whole bunch of plans it's created. Plan allowances, we can credits included. Okay. Okay, so it's done a lot of the work here. And we can see the orders. We have the providers configured. So this comes back to your question, right? So I have here at the back of this, I can configure the providers that are actually serving these requests. And so this is a mixture of using a provider together with a knowledge database that the provider is using to find the answers. And so the markup is really just whatever it costs to run the provider. And yeah, then you just work out what do you want your profit margin to be, and then the price will be set accordingly. Still a calculation I need to do, but I'm not worried about that aspect. The first few calculations I did a while back are quite favorable. Usage is broken. API keys, we don't really need that. Although maybe we do. Okay. Let's get back to Claude. That's the first thing. Coach library, and we can see here each of the coaches. We can upload coaches since there are coaches already. This is basically a shortcut for me, so I've already trained a bunch of coaches. Let's try to go back here. Oh, I think we could just access this, couldn't we? We didn't. It's actually, that's kind of neat though. Yes, it's a chatbot. It's a chatbot that gets specialized in certain knowledge. But let's just see. So it seems that it's not added the admin link that we asked for, have it? Ah, yes, it has. It's right there. Okay, I see. So it actually did some of the stuff. So if we don't get this working, if we don't get it such that the user can make a subscription, the whole thing is a waste of time. Obviously, if we can't get any money, then we're only going to lose money on this. So that just needs to work. What's your total budget for this project before moving on? That's a interesting question. So I don't have a budget for this project per se. I have a budget that I'm running per month, which is I spent about, what is that, $200 on coding agents, and then I spent about $100 on hosting. It's about $350 per month on doing all the activities that I'm doing. And I am pretty much, so as soon as this is done, I'm going to just host it and then leave it running and start doing the marketing, but I am moving on to the next thing, right? And so this is one of the things we already discussed in the stream as well. So once we are done with this one, I am going to move on and start working on this project here, which is the agent desktop that I've been working on. And so the idea is to showcase this one and while doing the live streams, and then use it as part of what I will be doing when I'm starting to work on the marketing side of Fast Code. So basically, I want to have a agent workspace where I'm managing every part of the business using agents. But what I found is that right now I'm jumping through 900 different applications. So for instance, when I'm doing accounting, I'm running one kind of Claude agent workflow. And when I need to do accounting again 6 months later, I've forgotten how I ran that. So I want that to be into a fixed workflow in a fixed workspace such that can just be rerun. And all of that needs to be such that I can completely control it by voice. Ideally, it should be like that I can call the agent desktop from my phone and go out for a walk while still working. And that's the next project. So I think that answers your question on moving on. It's not really moving on. It's more I will be building stuff continuously while starting to work on the marketing aspect of various projects. And also the $300 budget is a total budget for all of the projects, not for a single one. That being said, one of the things I have done in the past month is I've spent a bit of money trying to explore different kinds of marketing, and I think this is something that will keep on going. I put aside, I think, $300 for testing just one platform for cold outreach. Unfortunately, it doesn't really perform all that well, so I'll be abandoning that one and moving on to something else. And one of the things that's next on my to-do list is Google Ads. So maybe you can drop some tips for what I should do and shouldn't do. Love to hear that. You need an offer so good that a customer would feel stupid not to take it. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think that is one side of the equation. The other side is that your offer is not going to be for everybody, right? So there is the thing with niching down and finding that specific customer group that you're serving. And so one of the reasons why I'm excited about this fast coach is that finding creators who run a Discord channel is actually a relatively easy thing to do compared to so many other things, right? Because they are usually out there and they are usually pretty loud about that they are running YouTube and they're running Discord. So my hope is that finding those people will be pretty easy to do. And yeah, but the only thing that will tell that is time. Maybe it will be easy. Maybe I'm overestimating how easy it is. Grading, that is a skill I don't rely on. Don't really know how your product helps businesses to make money. Not sure I understood that. So creating that is a skill I don't. Are you referring to your previous message or to my comment on Google Ads? Not sure. All right, let's see where's Claude at? How's it doing? But what's the 350 ARR? That is from my first product, Compound Coders, where I have a couple of people, a couple of early people taking my training on how to build great stuff with AI. So that product has not really taken off. And I'm still working out how to find people. This is one of the reasons why I'm testing out this cold outreach to see if it's possible to find B2B sales opportunities that hasn't worked out the way that I wanted it to, but it was worth a try because a single sale there could be way more valuable than selling to individuals. Cool, let's see. Could you look at how different apps were built out in this project and then follow the same patterns? What I want to build is an app that allows me to make a screen overlay on a desktop in macOS. So really what I would love to do is to be able to connect to a YouTube channel and get comments up on the screen. Is this something you could build for me? Oh shoot, that's the wrong place. I wanted to do this in Claude Code. Let's see, new. We're going to do a work tree. We're going to do this from develop. We're going to, yes. Do this in the POC folder using U plus Tari. For my campaign, I've spent 147 and I've reached and I've made $29.99. Is it worth it for me to continue? That's really hard to say. It depends very much on what the statistical uncertainty is on that, right? So if you're making money, even though you have spent money, in the beginning, it might very well be that there's statistical uncertainty, but I'm by no means a Google Ads expert, so I don't think that you should give my advice much weight, but I do think that there are things to play around with those things. It's one of the problems with B2B sales, right? So typically a single outreach does not cost you a lot of money, but on average, getting somebody in is costing you $100 to $1,000, and a sale is $1,000 to $10,000. And so one of the problems that is that even though that you spend a lot of money and don't see any return immediately, it's hard to say whether it's actually worth it until you have ran it for a substantially long time. This is exactly what I've done with the cold outreach, ran it for a long time, and I have enough data to say that this is not worth it. I don't know about what the metrics are in your case. It may be that it's worth it for you to still continue. It may be that it's not. Maybe that it's your copy that's off. It may not be. It can be something else. So yeah. Okay, let's see. Claude is still working on things here. Not really very fast today, is it? But I'm feeling pretty optimistic here. So we saw that the backend has all of the stuff for managing products. And so with a little bit of luck, we'll get the browser gate in, and we should also have API gates. I hope it understood that. What is your product, FSD driver? Are we now doing this bypass? Yeah, I know that feeling pretty well. So I've been running with a deficit for quite a bit of time now, and it can feel quite scary. Okay, so you make chatbots for women. What does it do? What is this that's running here? Oh, wait. That's our CLI session. Interesting. So that one shows up in the desktop version now as well. That's kind of handy. Like it's sort of novels for women, but in chat form. Okay. So is it similar to those old text games where you make choices and your choices changes how the story goes? Oh my god, I could cry over this. I hate it when it doesn't have the just allow everything. We are going to fix this. I deeply, passionately hate having to give permissions to agent. Well, I think it sounded like a natural fit for what you're explaining there, right? So these kind of books where you have an evolving story can be quite captivating. What platform are you delivering on? Phone, web page, desktop, something else? What if we stop it? Can we then enable this? We can. Great. Right, that one we see in the other one now, so we could actually keep it like this. That makes it nice and easy, because then all of... We don't really need this one anymore. It can go away. It can go way up here. It's a web app. All right, it's a web app. Nice. And who's your target audience? Like, so I understand it's women, but can you be more specific than that? Are you talking women in their 20s, women in their 70s, moms, teenagers? Who knows? Do you know who is the target? Mostly women 50 plus. Oh, nice. And have you found a place to find them, or are you just trying to solve things with Google Ads? Nice. Well, if they're addicted and they keep spending, then what's your worry about? I don't quite understand. There seems to be a mismatch between what you're saying here. I want to be profitable on day one. Right, I have to wait a few days for them to buy to break even. Okay, so what I don't quite get is, it sounds like you're not profitable at all if you're worrying about having money enough at the end of the month. So, but at the same time, you're saying you're getting tons of users onto your platform. So what is the issue? Is your profit margin super low, or what's going on? Well, that maybe doesn't seem like the best use of money, spending it in a casino. Maybe worthwhile reconsidering whether that's a habit to keep. At least it sounds like it's causing you a lot of unnecessary stress. Yeah, that sounds suboptimal. Well, I hope you'll work your way through it. It sounds like it's just a couple of weeks you need to get through anyway. Let's see, are we getting to a point where these things are finishing? No, I just want to run forever. Alright guys, we're getting to the end of this live stream. I'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central European time and hope to see all of you there again. It's been a pleasure sharing my workspace with you, and I hope you have enjoyed it as well. Let's get this shipped. We have 3 days left, a little more than 3 days left. Tomorrow morning we will get to the point where we only have a few days left, but we need to ship this and we need to start selling, because just like some of the people in the chat, I could also use to earn a bit more money at this point in my life. But we will definitely be back tomorrow with more live streaming. Hopefully the Stripe implementation is done by then, and we'll be able to get to the point where we can actually launch this. So until then, take care. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It's been a pleasure. Take care, everyone.